السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أستاذ حذيفة أخبارك إيه؟ طمنا عليك والله. أخبارك يا أستاذ حذيفة؟ أستاذ حذيفة والله كنت محتاج مكنة طبع، يعني 4 في 1 طبعة وسكانر وتصميم كده ترويع. فناس كتير كلمتني على 305. إيه رقم 300؟
Mister, would you please just mute yourself? Mr. Huzaifa, maybe he was unmuting himself. Please, Mr. Huzaifa, can you just mute yourself, please? We haven't started we haven't started yet, by the way. I'm just waiting for the others. We will start immediately, inshallah. I'm just trying to admit some people at the lobby. Just a minute. Please mute yourselves all, okay?
Okay. So sorry.
So it's 6 o'clock now. How are you doing, everybody? Peace be upon all of you. Welcome to our first session. Okay. How are you doing? Everything is okay?
We are fine.
Okay, it's freezing cold outside. I hope so. Okay. I'm just trying to admit somebody in the lobby. Okay. Mr. Abdulman and Mr. Aysam. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Marwa.
Mr. Mahmoud Fawzi has a problem joining us, actually. I don't know how to help him. He's trying to join us, but he can't, actually. He doesn't join the meeting. So this is the first session, as I've just told you. And today, inshallah, we will be discussing the rest of module 2, which is understanding feedback. I'm trying to remind you about the rules of the session. Just a minute, I'm trying to bring the slide here. The rules of the session, of course, mute yourselves. Raise your hand if you have something to say, and lower your hand after. As you see in the slide before your eyes, the rules of the session as follows: mute yourselves, raise your hand to discuss or answer questions, and lower it after you have finished. Write in the chat box if you have something to add or to complain about something. Actively participate in the activity, because as you know, that the attacks actually concentrates on learner-centered. It's learner-centered education. Okay. Just a minute, I'm trying to admit somebody. Mr. Khamis, okay. I'll let him in.
انا مش فاهم انت عمال تقول جواب انا مش فاهم.
Mr. Huzaifa, mute yourself, please. Mr. Yahya, mute
والله
yourself.
مش انا والله مش انا بالفعل والله.
Okay, Mr. Is it Mr. Yahya? Mute yourself, please.
انا قافل بقي والله وقافل موبايلي اوف لاين.
Offline, okay. Okay, Mr. Don't worry. Have you watched the videos? I have the links on the WhatsApp group. Have you watched the videos?
Yes.
I have a certain video for you now to watch and make notes and come back to me to discuss it or discuss the content of the video itself. I will put it in the chat box here so that you can watch it again, because I need you to be fresh knowing the content of this video. Just a minute. I'll paste it here in the chat box. Here is the link. Feedback or feedback sandwich. Can you just go there and watch the video and make notes and come back to me? Yes. Have you found it? It's in the chat box. You all go now and watch it, please. Take notes if you have to. You have something or a problem, Mr. Ayman?
I'm raising my hands to answer.
To answer, okay? Just a minute, this because
Hi
we are trying
everyone,
to
it's
first.
Yanis here, and in this video we will explore.
Have you watched the video? Mr. Ayman, you are raising your hand. Go ahead if you
Yes.
have something to add. Yes, go
Yes.
ahead, Mr.
Uh, What I understand from this video is that feedback is a return of information that's provided following activity or process. Feedback is a critical component when it comes to improvement. Feedback also builds trust. Uh,
Very good.
giving uh, constructive Giving constructive feedback is important for managers. Acknowledge of efforts, evaluate results, and motivate employees. Uh, Feedback can be reflected on your work, helping others to prove with your critical review. To give constructive feedback, you should be useful, you should be constructive, you should be specific, be precise, be polite, be efficient, and be confident in your ability.
Excellent job, Mr. Thank
That's
you so
all.
much. Do you have something to
Thanks.
add? Go. You have something to add? Okay.
No, no, no,
That's
thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you so much. You're doing a great job. Actually, very beneficial information. Miss Fatima Mahmoud, you want to answer the question about a feedback sandwich. Do you remember the feedback sandwich? Go ahead. Unmute yourself and speak, okay? Miss Fatima.
Good evening, Miss Mar.
Good evening, my dear colleague. How are you doing? Go ahead.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
This video is talking about feedback sandwich.
Good evening.
Good evening for all of you, my dear colleagues. Thank you so much. It's freezing cold outside. Hope you have a great time today. Miss Fatima, you would like to speak to us about the sandwich, feedback sandwich? Go ahead.
Feedback sandwich is a way of giving feedback that goes like saying something nice, then say the critical feedback, then say something nice again.
Excellent.
Mm,
That's feedback sandwich is how to provide effective sandwich, no, effective feedback, I mean, which is start with giving good praise, some kind of consolidating the positive points, good language, positive language that is encouraging and motivating, and of course not embarrassing at all, and then go on to describe the weaknesses or the points of criticism you would like to give your learners. It's not actually some kind of criticism. No, it isn't. Actually, you stress the weaknesses. You let your students know about their weaknesses and the points they made wrong that they need to improve for next time. So you are just setting a goal for next time. This is number two. The third one is again giving them praise or good language or even additional support. This is how to form effective feedback. All right. Let's move on to the activity here. We have some kind of activity like feedback on writing and how to provide feedback on writing. We have a teacher here. Just a minute, I will bring this slide in front of your eyes here on the screen. Just a minute. Some kind of a teacher tried to give a writing task to his learners, asking the learner to write a message to the teacher about why this learner hasn't written the homework. Okay, look at the slide in front of your eyes. Here, this is a writing task that the teacher asked his learner to write. He asked them to write a message to the teacher explaining why they haven't done the homework and what they will do now. Okay, so the learner wrote the message. All right, the teacher has tried to provide a feedback on this writing. All right, but we have actually not just one feedback from one teacher. No, we have three kinds of responses of different teachers. Just a minute, I'm trying to admit somebody in the lobby, but I know that the slide is going to vanish again. I'll I'll try to bring it again. Don't worry. It's, I guess, Miss Rago. Okay. Thank God she's with us today. So I'll try to bring it again. Just a minute. We have to read about the three responses of three different teachers on the writing, and we will try to find out or decide which of these responses is the effective or the best or the most effective kind of feedback here. Let's start by reading the first one. This is teacher A's response. Teacher A's response. You have 3 minutes to read the response of the teacher, and we can move on to read the second response and the third response and discuss them thoroughly. Take your time. I'm sorry, I'm trying to admit somebody in the lobby, but I know that the slide will vanish again. I'll share it again for you. Just a minute. I have to tell you something about admitting people in the lobby. Any one of us, any one of you can admit people in the lobby. So you can do this task for me. Because if I do that, or every time I do this, the slide vanishes and I have to share it again. This is actually a very annoying job I do. Can anybody admit Mr. Huzaifa Amran in the lobby, waiting in the lobby?
How can we admit him?
You just go there to the click on the icon here of the participants. Okay, do you see it?
Okay, I will do it.
Okay, Mr. Head. People waiting in the lobby. Admit Mr. Huzaifa.
I did it.
You're with us? I see that he's still in the lobby. It is still in the lobby. I see that Mr. Huzaifa is still in the lobby. Admit him.
Okay, I admitted him.
Why do I have him in the lobby? I don't know.
I admitted. Then Haifa, Omran, Miss Haifa, Mrs.
Huzaifa
Haifa Omran.
Huzaifa Amran. He is Huzaifa Amran.
I admitted
Just
Miss Marwa.
okay. He is with us now. You are with us, Mr. Huzaifa? No, he isn't. He can't be admitted. I don't know why. Okay, things
I
happen
admitted him.
all the time. Okay, let's move to our. Just a minute. I'm trying to bring the slide here. Again, we are. Can you look at it? Have you read it? The teacher's response. It's an effective kind of feedback the teacher is given to his learner. Can you see? Please mute yourselves, my dear colleagues. Please mute yourselves. If you have something to say, just raise your hand and I can let you mute yourself and speak. Yeah, who wants to answer this question? What about teacher A's response? Miss Fatima, I think you're raising your hand. Go ahead. Okay. Miss Fatma, you are raising your hand. Go ahead if you are ready to answer the question. Discuss this. Share it again for you. Yes, Miss Fatma. Mic unmute yourself.
It's something okay, Mr. Abdel.
Noise. We are having certain noise here. Please mute yourselves all. Miss Fatima, you are trying to answer the question. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Okay, the first feedback of the teacher is response is ineffective
Ineffective. Why? Why do you see that?
be- because it's embarrassing.
Mhm.
It's uh, it's unmotivated. It's uh, it's not. It's in general. It's a general feedback.
It's not specific. Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks, Miss Fatma. Miss Hiba Saleh, go ahead.
Yes, this is effective feedback because the teacher told him to be better than this. He encouraged him to be better next time. Teacher in this situation be positive with the students.
You see that this is a kind of effective feedback because he is trying to encourage the learner and saying good
Yes,
things. All right, thank you. Who else wants to
yes,
join us or discuss the topic?
thanks.
Thank you, Miss Hiba. I can see Mr. Baligh. Go ahead, Mr. Baligh. I will share it for you, Hadr. Okay. You have something to add about this? Okay, I'll ask you the questions myself to facilitate the job for you. Do you see that this kind of response is encouraging or discouraging? Does the teacher highlight every error? Does the teacher highlight every error? Yes, he does. Can you hear me? Just assure me
Yes,
that. Okay.
Yes.
Does he give praise? Does the teacher give praise for the
yes,
learners? He says in the comment below the writing task
he
itself,
said
he
you
says,
can do better than this.
okay, what's wrong with this response? What's wrong with this kind of feedback? Number one, he highlights every error and gives no praise. No praise is here, actually. Mr. Abdul Majid, go ahead, Mr. Abdul Majid. Go ahead, unmute yourself and go ahead. Okay, Mr. Mr. Abdul Majid, go ahead. I'm listening to you. Go ahead, unmute yourself and speak.
I think the teacher shouldn't correct the mistakes, but he
Yep.
should definite them and ask the students to write it again in a correct way.
Very good point you are making. Very good. Thank you so much. So you think that this kind of response is effective or not?
I
Is it
think he should underline the mistakes.
he should underline them? What if he at last ended with underlining all the writing task or the whole paragraph or the whole letter? He may have lots of mistakes so that he is obliged to underline all the writing task. What if that? I guess it's not an effective way actually. But I admire the point you are making here, which is that he corrected the mistakes and he shouldn't have done that because he shouldn't have done the part of the learner. Why should you do the role of the learner? Let him correct themselves, get them to self correct. This is one point. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Abdul Majid. Thank you so much. Mr. Baligh, you want to discuss something with us? Go ahead if you have something to say.
Yes, Miss
Okay,
Marwa, I think I think teacher B response is the best because he try to encourage the learners, avoid negative comments.
Mhm.
I think he is the best response.
Okay, this is your viewpoint. I respect it actually, but we haven't still studied or discussed or read again. We haven't read it yet, actually. We are now discussing the first one, which is teacher A's response. I'll tell you about that. Actually, teacher A's response is rather discouraging because it highlights every error and gives no praise, even though the message is completely comprehensible. The message that the learner is writing here is comprehensible. I can understand it even if it has lots of mistakes. But the teacher shouldn't be negative towards the mistakes, because mistakes are not a negative sign. Making mistakes is a necessary feature of learning and shows that the learner is experimenting with the language. Of course, some errors are because of carelessness sometimes. So it is wrong of the teacher to be so negative to them about them all. Okay. Again, the teacher gives all the correct answers, so the learner doesn't have to work on them himself. He doesn't get them to self-correct, as Mr. Abdelmajid said. Okay. So again, another point I have to make here is that the teacher has asked her to check too many things at the bottom, the comment at the bottom. Okay, you can look at it. And how should the learner check them if the teacher has given all the corrections already? So he has corrected the mistakes, then he has asked them at the end of the message to check the mistakes. He has corrected them already. Why is he asking them to check them? Okay. Again, the use of the red color, what about it? It's actually psychologically wrong. Research has proved that the use of the red color is an effective way of giving feedback, actually. So this is number one. Let me just try to admit somebody, Miss Mona. She's in the lobby. I'm trying to admit her. Okay. Back to the exercise. I'll share here the second and third responses of the different teachers so as to discuss them and decide if they are effective or not. And again, decide which one is the most effective. Let's look at them. Here is teacher B's response and teacher C's response on the slide before your eyes. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Please, Marwa. Okay, let's read them. Let's read them. Teacher B's response and teacher C's response. And again, concentrate on the comment at the end of the writing task. The comment, Allah's great. Try to concentrate on the comment at the end also. Don't neglect it, please. You have minutes to study them. You have 3 minutes again to study them, okay? Because we have lots of points here to discuss together. Miss Samah, please mute yourself. Okay, thanks. Okay, let me discuss it with you, Coralie, okay? In teacher B's response here, the teacher corrects some mistakes, but not all the mistakes, okay? Sometimes he just puts the question mark over some mistakes, okay? While he corrects some others. At the end of the message, number B, I mean, he writes C plus, better than last time, but be careful with your grammar. What about this kind of feedback? How do you see it? Think a little bit. You have to tell me about the use of the red color and the blue one. You have to tell me about the teacher's corrections, if he corrects the mistakes or gets the learner to correct them. You have to tell me about the language itself. You have to tell me about the feedback comment, if it is informative or specific. Does it give information? Does it give praise? Whatever. Just go ahead to discuss this. Anybody who can discuss it with us? Any volunteer?
Okay, Miss.
Okay, Miss Samah, go ahead.
Okay. I think that the feedback number C is very effective
Yes.
because the teacher gives the student a chance to discover his mistakes by himself
Very
and
good.
correct them. He refers to the mistakes by making correction codes
Very good.
like T, W, W. Okay.
Yes.
Correction codes refers to the mistakes that the student give him the chance to correct himself and look up and correct these mistakes by himself.
Very good.
At the end of his report, he refers to glad to hear your mom is better. He praised him and refers to his case. I look forward to receiving your homework tomorrow. He gave him a chance to be better the next time. Can you
Excellent.
correct your work yourself?
Very
It's a
good.
very positive, it's a positive and specific and effective feedback.
Thank you so much. I agree with you actually. Number C is the most effective kind of feedback. Miss Fatma, you are raising your hand. Go ahead.
Okay,
Thank you.
I think the teachers B number B uh, is not better because the teacher also corrects the mistakes for the students or the learner. It's not constructive. But in number C, it's the best feedback because he praised the learner, then he is encouraging him and using a polite way of feedback. Then he gives a chance to the learner to correct himself.
Excellent. I actually admire your viewpoint. Thank you so much. That's great. What about Miss Hiba? Miss Hiba Saleh, go ahead.
Yes. In response to C, it's not effective because he also didn't praise him and encourage students. But in C, I think it's effective because teachers determine the wrong, but let the student discover by himself.
Very good. Thank you so much. That's
Yes.
great. Actually, that's the correct answer. You have something to add? No, you don't have. Okay, that's enough. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll tell you something. Actually, as you said, number three is the best kind of feedback and it's the most effective. Why? We have lots of reasons here, as you all said. Number one, the teacher in number C uses the blue color, okay? Because we have agreed that the red color is psychologically harming. It's ineffective actually because research proved that the red color is not effective. It's ineffective, okay? It's counterproductive actually. The red color is very bad in learning. So number C, in teacher C's response, the number one, the teacher used the blue color, which is effective, okay? Number two, he used something which is called the correction codes. Correction codes, I mean the symbols of the mistakes, not the correction itself, okay? For example, the symbol T, which stands for tense, WW stands for wrong word. I mean the wrong use of the word. Okay, because for example, the learner writes, I'm afraid I don't make the homework, while the correct form is I didn't do the homework, not to make the homework. So this is the wrong use of this word here. Okay. Also, for example, SP, which stands for spelling, SWW again, word order and tense. He doesn't highlight all the mistakes because he doesn't want the learner to be demotivated. He doesn't want to embarrass them. So the teacher highlighted three types of errors, which is tense mistakes, spelling mistakes, and wrong words. These are not all the mistakes that the learners do here or make here, okay? But he just highlighted the three types of errors, maybe because he just trying to encourage the learner. He doesn't want the learner to be demotivated and embarrassed. Maybe he is just highlighting the mistakes that have to do with the content of the session or the content of the module he is trying to teach, or the lesson he's trying to teach, for example. Okay. Also, this teacher does something which is very, very important, which is, if you look at the end of teacher C's response, at the very end, the teacher writes, glad to hear your mom is better. Glad to hear your mom is better. This teacher is responding to the content. He is giving feedback on the content. He is responding to the learner's problem, saying, I'm sympathetic with you, and I'm glad to hear your mom is better. And I read your message and I understood it. I am human. Okay. He is using humane teaching rather than using the robot teaching. The other teachers in teacher one and B and A and B, and their responses, they didn't even comment on this problem that the learner has. Why don't you show sympathy for the learner? Just respond to the message also. Okay. Be sympathetic with him, show sympathy with him, so that you let him know that you understand the message, you read it, you cared for it, and you just respond to it positively. Okay. Then again, he's trying to get the learner self-correct by using the correction codes. I have to tell you something. You have to tell your students first about what are the correction codes before you use them. So what if I use the T symbol, but my learner doesn't know what T stands for in the first place? So you have to tell them first what T stands for, and what wrong word or WW stands for, or SCP stands for, etc. Do you understand my point? Get the picture? Okay. So this is very important while I'm trying to provide the effective feedback. How to be human, how to use humane teaching, not robot teaching, how to use the blue color, how to be encouraging and showing sympathy, even responding to the message itself, because this is a writing task. I hope that the point here is clear. Okay. A lot of items that we have made clear here, which are actually the characteristics of the effective kind of feedback. God, بس somebody is trying to contact me. Sorry, I can't get this phone call. Let me admit Miss Rania Ismail. Okay. Our friend Wusal has a problem joining us. She's trying to contact me by the phone. She has a problem contacting us. I don't know why. So let's move on to another activity here, which is very, again, important about the effective feedback. Do you know about the correction codes, and have you studied them or used them before? Do you use them in your classroom? I'll show
Yes.
them for you. Mr. Ali Abditabi, you're raising your hand. Go ahead if you have something to add. Go ahead if you have something to add. Don't worry. Look at the correction codes here. Here are the symbols and their meanings or descriptions, and also the slide here provides common examples. Number one, as I've just said, is P. SP stands for spelling. WW stands for wrong word. T stands for tense. This mark or this sign stands for something missing. Brackets stand for something not necessary. WO stands for word order. PL stands for plurality. PUNC, punk, stands for punctuation. This is a mistake in punctuation. SVA stands for subject verb agreement. Okay. I have to tell you that you shouldn't forget to give your
Marwa,
learner
say that
time.
again.
Sorry?
Marwa, say
Yeah.
that
Sorry, miss you. If you have something to add, just go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Read it again. I can't read.
You don't see it? What about
I
our
can't
other colleagues of yours? My dear colleagues, do you see the correction code slide?
Yes,
Yes,
Miss. Yes.
yes.
Okay, I guess my dear colleague has a problem with the internet connection, because I'm sure the slide is
yes,
clear.
Marwa.
You can see it. You can see it. You cannot see it.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
guess this is
can.
a connection problem that has to do with you only.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, just try. Just a minute.
I can.
Our colleague Wusal, I'll try to let her know that we have a session today. I'm trying to tell her that we have a session today because she doesn't know. She's sending me a message on the WhatsApp group. I'm trying to reply to her. Just a minute. Mr. Mahmoud Fauzi has a problem joining us again. I don't know why. Where does this problem come from, actually? So let's move on to the coming activity. I was just about to ask you, do you use the correction codes in your classes? Do you use them in your classes? My dear colleagues, do you hear me?
Yes, Miss.
Yes.
Okay, I was just asking you if you use these correction codes in your classes. Here is the slide. I have shared it again. Do you use them?
This simple?
Yeah, these are the correction codes.
No, I didn't use
So,
it.
okay,
Actually,
uh,
we don't use it.
okay, for the coming times or for the coming lessons, you can use them because they let your students self-correct. It helps them to correct themselves. And instead of correcting their own work, you just give them the codes and let them correct the work and give it back to you. Okay. But just they don't forget to give the learner time to make the corrections and rewrite the text and read it yourself again. Okay. It's
Yes.
important that you remember to give the learner time to make the corrections and rewrite the text and read it yourself again. Okay, this is how the learner acts on the feedback and improve. Okay, he just improves the weaknesses. So that's why correction codes are important. Actually, they are tried and tested. Just a minute, I'm trying to admit somebody in the lobby. Mr. Abdul Manam. Okay, Mr. Ali Abdul Tawab, you are raising your hand. Go ahead if you have something to add. We're listening to you. Go ahead. Mike with you. Go ahead. Mr. Ali Abdul Tawab. Okay, you are not with us? Okay, let's move on to another activity. We are going to discuss the effects of feedback and why effective feedback is important. We have just some kind of 6 statements. I'll share them here for you to think if they are true or false, if you agree with them or not. Okay, just a minute. I'm trying to bring them. They are with me here. Just a minute. I'm trying to bring them. We will just share the statement and you have to write in the chat box if you agree with the statement or not. Okay, just a minute. By the way, you have this in your course book, the trainer's book. Okay, if you have it now, you can find it, the statements, and you can even um, bring them and
Okay,
think
page
about them.
7. Page 7.
Yeah, just have a look at them if you have them.
Yes.
I don't have them by order, but I'll try to discuss them with you. Can you see this slide? This is the question number or the statement number 6, but this is what I have now or what is ready now. Okay, let's discuss it. Just read the statement number 6 here and write in the chat box if you agree or disagree. If you decide, if you see that it is, some kind of true or false, write in the chat box, read the statement. Feedback from learners to the teacher is also very important for teaching and learning. You can read it and write in the chat box, agree or disagree. If you agree with it or you disagree with it, if you find it true or false. Feedback from learners. It's true, Mr. Mah says it's true. Feedback from learners to the teacher is also very important for teaching and learning. Okay, I agree. Agree. Okay, express yourself. Write your opinion. Yeah, you all agree. Okay, I'm waiting for your answers. Okay, feedback from learners to the teacher is also very important for teaching and learning. Agree, Miss Rasha, agree. Okay. Let me ask you, why do you agree? You find that this statement is true. Why? I need your reasons behind. Yeah,
Yes, miss.
go ahead, miss. Just introduce yourself and speak.
سماح الكومي.
Mr. Go ahead.
Yes, I think that this feedback should be two-way street. I can give the feedback and receive the feedback from my learners.
Mhm. Very good. Actually, teachers, who else want to add something? Any volunteers? Thank you, Mr. Mah. Good opinion. Feedback from learners to the teacher. I mean, who gives the feedback? The learners. To whom do they give the feedback? Everybody agrees, actually. Mr. Mahmoud agrees, and Ms. Rasha agrees, and everyone agrees. Who's raising his hand? Just go ahead, and because I can see the names, I don't want the slide to vanish again. Actually, we need it. So somebody just identify himself or herself and speak immediately. Go ahead.
Yes,
Yes, who is it?
هبة صالح.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Hiba.
I think this. I think I agree. I agree with this sentence because this it make a participation in the process. Um, to give learners time in the class or to act on feedback comments or to improve their work.
Very good. Thank you so much, Miss Hiba. Anybody to add something?
I think this sentence, or I agree with this sentence
Mm-hmm.
because it makes the teacher know or understand that learners understood what he want to learn them.
Very good point. Okay, go ahead, Mister, if you have something to add. Mr. Abdul, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mister. You're doing a great job, Mr. Abdul Majid, actually. If you have something to add, just go on, okay? Okay, thanks, Mister. Who else wants to share us? Express yourself, don't worry. Say whatever you want to say. I just can't see the names and I don't want the slide to vanish. So introduce yourself and speak. Don't worry.
Okay,
Whoever
Abdulmanan.
raises. Yes, Mr. Abdulmanem, go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree with this
Mhm.
because it can give the teacher a complete understanding of the learner's needs,
Yes, very good.
and can give him a chance to amend the method of learning or his strategy.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. You're making a great point, actually. That's it. Actually, that's something I want to say here. Teachers need to know what learners know and understand, where they are making mistakes and where they are having difficulties, and take all this into account during the lesson. When teachers are open to the learner feedback and their needs, requirements, yeah, teaching to ensure learning takes place. Okay. Please, can you just mute yourselves, my dear colleagues? because sometimes we have a lot of noise. Okay, thanks. So don't be offended when your learners give you feedback, because I, as a teacher, I told you this actually before. I told you this last time or last session. I told you that I, as a teacher, need to know the preferences of my learners, their needs and their requirements. So some of them like the method of, for example, giving them audios. Others prefer to get some kind of videos. Some other learners prefer theoretical content. Okay, so every learner differs in his preferences concerning the way of teaching. So when this learner tells me about the best way or something he needs, I can modify my method or strategy, as our colleague Mr. Abdulmanam said, that they understand and they improve, and I reach the goal of teaching itself. Okay, that's the point. So let's move on to another statement here. I'll try best to share the slide. Sharing the slide actually takes some time, so I'm sorry for that. Sometimes we are obliged to go and admit some people in the lobby, and that slide vanishes. Just stand us concerning these issues. Okay, let's see another statement here. I'll not take them by order because I don't find them easily. Okay, we have a statement here. Let's read it and again write in the chat box agree or disagree. Okay, which is learners improve more if the teacher gives them grades and not comments. Learners improve more if the teacher gives them grades A, B, C, okay, good, very good, excellent, like that, and not comments, not comments. Just write in the chat box. Is that true or false according to your viewpoint? Do you agree or disagree to that? We have something to discuss here, certain points which are very important. I know that some people are raising their hands, I know. But if I am trying to lower or see the names who are trying to raise their hands and share us, the slide will vanish and go again. So after writing in the chat box, just write in the chat box, I'm sorry. I muted myself by false, I'm sorry, by mistake. Write in the chat box if you agree or disagree with that. Learners improve more if the teacher gives them grades and not comments. We have a great discussion here. Ms. Sameh agree. Um, I don't know who disagrees. I can go there, but the slide will vanish. Somebody disagrees. Ms. Sameh, you agree. Okay, I'll keep it in mind that you agree.
I am
We'll
Mr.
have to...
Abdul.
Yes, go ahead, mister. Go ahead.
I disagree with this sentence
Why, mister? Why do you disagree?
because if the teacher gives them grades and not comments, they may not understand what the mistake is.
What the mistakes are. Okay,
Ah,
they will know what the mistakes are. Thank you so much. Good job. Good point. I agree with you actually. Thank you so much. Who wants to add? Who wants to add? Think a little bit. Some people agree, some people disagree. Think a little bit. Just a minute. I'm trying best to. Uh, Mr. Ali Siddiq is asking me if I am on a session now. So I'm trying to answer him on the WhatsApp group. Just a minute, my dear colleagues. Yes, Mr. Ali, I'm trying to tell him that I'll try to give him the link so that maybe he wants to attend with us. Just a minute, my dear colleagues. Just a minute. I will provide him with the link. He is our supervisor. Maybe he needs to attend with us. Okay, I'm back again with you. I'll share the slide. Who wants to share? Mr. Mahi, you wrote that you disagree.
Yes,
Sorry, you agree. You said you
I
agree.
agree. I agree that learners improve more if the teacher gives them grades and not comments. The comments from the teacher can frustrate the learner.
Hmm. What about the grades?
No, the grades can that the learner can improve his grade the next time.
Uh, what if the grade is low? Isn't it demotivating or discouraging or even embarrassing?
Yes, yes, but I think in the comments more frustration.
You see that it's frustrating. Okay,
Yeah.
it's just okay. Actually, this statement has pros and cons, but I have something to listen to somebody else saying the some kind of cons. Who is against this statement? Just go ahead to tell us your opinion.
Yes, Miss Mar.
Go ahead. Who is it?
I am Miss Fat.
Okay, Miss Fatma, go ahead.
I disagree with this statement.
Why?
I I think when the teacher gives the learners the grades, it can be embarrassing and not motivating them. I think he should give them the effective feedback first and give them the chance to correct themselves. This can motivate them more to learn.
Very good. Thank you so much. Look,
Thank you.
thank you so much. Actually, against I myself, I disagree with this statement because actually the opposite is correct according to research. According to research, the opposite is true. Weak learners tend to despair when they get low grades and think they can't do it or aren't good at it. Strong learners see a B grade, for example, and become complacent. I mean, they become pleased. Okay, they are happy. They see no need to read and act on comments and think that the grade B is good enough. Learners improve more if they get only comments. Actually, I have to tell you something which is very important again. The grades are something which is subjective. You know what's the word subjective mean? The grades are something subjective, which means that the same grade, which is, for example, B, the B grade, can be a cause for happiness for some learners, and at the same time the same grade, which is B, for example, can be a cause for sadness for others. It's something subjective. The grade doesn't tell them about the weaknesses. It doesn't tell them about the strong points, so that they can stress and do more of for next time. No, the comments do this. Actually, the comments tell them about the positive points and the negative points. They tell them the weaknesses, and they give the learners additional support for next time and set a goal. Grades don't provide that. uh, Actually, we have one more problem here in our community, on our Arab community. Parents, parents, we as parents, mom and dad, we go to school and we again fight for having the best grades for our sons and daughters, saying that, oh my son, oh my daughter, they are the best. Please, why don't you give him or her the best grade, and grade number grade, sorry, A, or whatever. You got the picture. This is a point here we're trying to make clear. They are trying to fight for the best grade, not paying attention to the weaknesses that their teachers, sorry, their children need to have, and the information about their progress that they have to have in mind. Okay, all what they concentrate on is the grades. All what they care for is the grades. My children are the best, so they have to have grade A and be number one. They are number one. However بقى the points, the good points or bad points are, so they don't care about that. They just concentrate on the grade only. I believe that grades are ineffective. So the research, the scientific research here proves that you have to delay the grade or postpone giving the grades to your learners until you give the points, the comments and advice, okay, and additional support, and they act on this feedback and improve. Then at the end of the month or the course unit, for example, you can give them the grades, okay. Delay this kind of giving the students the grades, because this is not some kind of effective feedback, all right. Some kind of not it isn't a kind of effective teaching here. Okay, let's move on to another statement to discuss. Just a minute, I'm trying to share it. I'll say it orally, for example, not to waste the time. What about the statement that says learners learn best when they receive informative, specific feedback about what they need to do to improve? Is this true or false? Do you agree or disagree? I'll share the slide, don't worry. Look at it. Look at the statement here. Learners learn best when they receive informative, specific feedback about what they need to do to improve. How do you see? What's your opinion about that? Mr. Mahi, you agree? Okay. Write in the chat box if you agree or disagree with that. People agree. All people agree. Okay. Go on, write your opinion. Yeah. Miss Rasha agrees. Okay. Everyone agrees. Thank you so much. So, according to the research, actually, this has an extremely strong impact on learning and achievement. Okay, actually, according to the scientific research, yes, that's true, and we should agree with that. All of us has to agree with that, because this is according to the research. This is true. Okay, it's true. It's not false. Okay. We have another statement here, number 2, which is effective feedback is important for weaker learners and helps lower the number of learners who fail. I'll share it, don't worry, but I'm just trying to read it quickly before we discuss it. Effective feedback is important for weaker learners and helps lower the number of learners who fail. Think a little bit and write in the chat box if you agree or disagree. I'll share it. Don't worry. Just give me time to do that. It's raining cats and dogs. Actually, it's freezing cold outside. It's raining dogs and cats. This is an idiom that has to do with cold weather and heavy rain. Miss Fatima agree. Just a minute. Miss Ines agree. Okay, Miss Ines agrees. Effective feedback is important for weaker learners. Effective feedback from learners. Okay, everybody agrees actually. You can have a look at it. It's on the slide. Effective feedback is important for weaker learners and helps lower the number of learners who fail. Everybody agrees. Okay. Actually, the statement is true. According to research, this is true. Yeah. Effective feedback is important for weaker learners and helps lower the number of learners who fail. Of course, you know the meaning of the word fail. It's the opposite of the word succeed. Okay, it's the antonym of the word succeed. People who fail, people who don't pass the exams. Okay, so effective feedback is important for those weaker learners and help them lower the number of people who don't pass the exams. Of course, effective feedback is important. This statement is true. What about the third statement, which is learners improve more if the teacher gives them grades and not comments? Learners improve more if the teacher gives them grades and not comments. Of course, we have discussed it. We have discussed it. Yeah, we have discussed it. I'm sorry. Number four, learners like getting comments written clearly in pencil and not in red pen. Learners like getting comments written clearly in pencil and not in red pen. The learners don't like to get the comments written in red. Um, totally agree. Of course. Thanks. We have discussed that actually. I'll bring the statement to you in order to have a look at it. Write in the chat box if you have something to add. Okay, thank you so much. That's actually, you all agree to it. Okay. Look at the statement here. Okay, that's true. The statement is true because according to some research, the participants may know what their learners prefer. If not, they could be encouraged to find out. We have agreed that the red color is psychologically ineffective. Okay, it's embarrassing, it's demotivating, it's not into even actually it's embarrassing, it's discouraging, it's demotivating. Okay, so please don't use the red color. Even if your supervisors ask you to do that, just argue with them and tell them that scientific research proved that the red color is an ineffective way of giving feedback. All right, you use the pencil or the blue color, pens with blue color. All right, let's have a look at the statement on the slide saying to weaker learners who can't do the work, well done, you worked well today, is good for them. Saying to weaker learners who cannot do the work, well done, you worked well today, is good for them. Mhm. I need somebody to discuss this point, to praise him to do something good. You agree? To praise him to do the best. You agree with this statement? Write your opinions, express yourself at large. Feel free to express yourself. I can't speak today. I don't know why. Maybe because it's freezing cold outside. I don't know why. All the time making mistakes while I'm producing language. My tongue is cold, feels cold.
I am Mr. Abdul.
Go ahead, mister. Go ahead,
I
mister.
want I want to say something.
اتفضل. Go ahead.
Sometimes I agree with this statement.
Mhm,
I agree with this statement sometimes, but
mhm.
not all the time.
Okay, may I
I
ask a question? May I ask you a question, mister?
yes, yes, yes.
If I have a weaker learner, I'm a teacher like you. I'm a fellow colleague, okay? I'm a fellow teacher of yours. I'm a colleague of yours. I'm a teacher, okay? And I have classes and I explain lessons in the classrooms. Actually, if I have a weaker learner of mine and he did something wrong, so I just say the comment of my feedback is, well done, you worked well today. Is that good for this person? How
Again, please.
if I have a weaker learner, okay, I have, of course, every teacher has weaker learners, okay,
Yes.
inside the class. Someone of them has made something. Just a minute, I'm trying to admit somebody in the lobby, and I will be trying to. Miss Mona, okay, okay, Miss Mona, maybe she has been sent out of the meeting. Okay, just a minute. Mr. Abdelmajid, I was just asking you, what if my learners are weak and they can't do the job and they can't do it well, they do it wrong, and I just tell them my feedback is, Okay, after they have done that, my feedback is well done. You are doing a great job. Okay, so where is the feedback? What are the strengths and what are the weaknesses that they have to act on them for next time? What is the goal I'm trying to set for next time? How will they improve? I have to be
Yes,
honest. So who is it?
Miss Heba.
Okay, Miss Heba, you have something to add. Just go ahead.
Yes, I disagree because his teacher should tell his learners that learning is trying the best, not say to the weaker, well done. Don't tell learners their grades. Don't show the grades to the learners until they have read the feedback comments and corrected or improved their work.
Very good. I agree with
Yes.
you, Miss Heba, actually. I agree with you. Anybody to add something?
The
Okay.
teacher can say uh, the next time you can do better than this.
Okay, you can say that. That's what you can say. Some kind of expressing or consolidating the positive points to the learners first, okay? But giving them empty praise, the praise that is empty, will not help them actually. You have to tell them about the points or the weaknesses they have to improve for next time, actually. But just saying, well done, you worked well today, you feel, I know that you actually you think that there is something encouraging and you're just praising them to be involved more, and no, give them information, try to give them informative kind of feedback. That's our content of the module. Actually, this is the point you are trying to make clear over the whole module. You have to stress the good points, okay, say good words, okay, I agree with that, but don't give them empty praise. Empty praise is the praise that has no base. There is no base, they haven't done something good, so don't praise them on the things that they have done right, they have done well, so that they do more over next time and repeat them for next time. And then you can also stress or tell them information and be specific about the weaknesses they have to improve, or even provide additional support for them, okay, a way to help them, okay. But just merely give them a praise, that is not helpful. So according to research, these learners are in most need of useful feedback and cannot work out for themselves what they need to do to improve. According to Hatay, who is an educational scientist, actually, he says that empty praise doesn't help them to learn and achieve. In fact, it prevents them, because if I have a problem and I don't know that I have this problem, how come that I will search for a solution for this problem? If I don't know that I have a problem, I will not search for a solution for the problem. I need somebody to tell me that I have a problem to work on it and try to solve it and that sort of thing, you know. I hope that you understand my point and get the picture, because this is very important. This is how to provide effective feedback. I can tell my learners, oh, you are great, you are wonderful, very good, well done. Next time I will not have my learners inside class, because يعني خلاص it's over يعني they are the best now, they will not improve. Okay, got the picture? That's what I'm trying to make clear here in this activity. So let's move on to another activity which is very important about the negative and positive effects of feedback. So I'm trying here to bring a slide, just a minute. It's very important how effective feedback is important and what impact does effective feedback has on learning and learners, and what ineffective feedback does or causes for our learners during the process of teaching and learning. Actually, just a minute, I'm trying to bring the slide here. We have some kind of a diagram We have to study it. Again, we have to think a little bit and discuss it thoroughly. Can you see the slide? Just assure me you can see it.
Yes, Miss.
What is it entitled? Read the title of the slide.
Ineffective feedback.
Okay, the activity is about negative and positive effects of feedback. This is actually a diagram about the effects or the impact of the ineffective feedback on learning and learners. Let's study this diagram. Let's study it. What are the ineffective feedback effects on learners and learning? What are these effects? What are these bad effects of the ineffective feedback on learners and learning? Just study them. So, ineffective feedback causes demotivation. Okay. It also damages confidence. Okay. It makes my learners inconfident. They don't have confidence or self confidence. It also creates frustration. Okay. All this creates negative feelings towards English. I mean, causing some kind of psychological barrier. They can hate English altogether. And all this also slows or stops progress. Is that diagram clear? Just assure
Yes.
me you understand
Yes,
it.
Miss.
Yes, it's clear.
Yes, Miss.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, Mr. Ayman. Okay. Think of any more effects of ineffective feedback. Can you think of any effects of ineffective feedback other than this? What does ineffective feedback do to my learners and do to learning? How can ineffective feedback affect it badly, affect the whole process badly? How? Other than these effects or impact.
Make students hate the language.
Okay, that's one thing. Okay. Just
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
He
trying to
can. The
admit some.
learner, the learner hate the teacher himself and the subject.
Okay, just a minute. I'm trying to share the slide. Of course, they will hate the whole thing. They will have negative feelings toward the language itself. Yeah. What else? There is the slide again. I've shared it again. Mm-hmm. Who wants to add? Miss Hiba, you want to add something? You have something to add? Okay, don't worry. So now I need you to draw a diagram. Bring a paper of yours. Bring a white paper of your notebook or whatever. Okay, and use your pen or pencil to draw a diagram showing the effects of good feedback. Please, can you just show me the effects of good or effective feedback? Draw a diagram on a paper, okay? And then you use your camera to photocopy this paper and put it in the chat box, please. You can do it, don't worry, it's easy. It's easy, don't worry. I'm trying to accept our friend Pussy and I'll try to see
Effective
the
or
slide.
ineffective, Miss Marwa? Effective or ineffective?
Effective feedback, the effect of effective feedback. Draw a
Diagram about that?
Yeah, draw a diagram about the effective feedback and its impact or effects on learning and learners. You can draw the
Yes,
diagram, okay, in
yes,
on a
yes,
paper,
yes.
on a paper you have, and photocopy it using your camera, and then put it in the chat box. على فكرة, it's very easy, by the way. It's very easy. It's not something that is complicated, or don't worry, you can do it. You can just draw. Take your time. I'm waiting for you. You can draw the diagram and like this we can do the first thing I did for one time that I drew a diagram having the opposite words of the concept given here, the opposite words. I'm giving you solutions, but don't depend on that altogether. You can just give us your opinions. from your practices inside your classrooms. So what you are trying to do is draw a diagram showing the effects of good feedback, photocopy it. I mean, just use your camera to copy it and paste it in the chat box about the effective feedback. I'll go there. Of course, the slide will vanish, but I will share it again. Don't worry. I'm waiting for your answers, for your images. You just draw the diagram, put your ideas in it about the impact of the effective feedback, and you have to photocopy it or use your camera to copy it and paste it in the chat box so that I can read it and discuss them together. Take your time. I'm waiting for you. Okay, Mr. Maya has provided us with one. I will not read it because if I read it, others can have some opinions or ideas, and I don't want to do that. I want everybody to have his own ideas. Our friend Samah has done the job actually successfully. I need everybody to participate because actually the attacks stresses very much actually the learner-centered education. Yeah, what's wrong?
Yes, just a minute.
Okay, I'm waiting. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm waiting for your participation. Don't worry. Mr. Ahmed, you are with us, Mr. Ahmed. Hello, my dear colleague, my fellow trainer.
Hello, Dr. Marwa.
How
Hello,
you doing?
thanks
How you doing?
for letting me share.
Hey,
Thanks a lot.
I'm happy to have you. Thank you so
I
much.
I learned so much from you, Doctor. Thanks
Thank
a
you
lot.
so much. I learned from you. Thank you so much. A great diagram you're having here.
Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We learn from you, mister. I want all of you to share with us, okay? Miss Fatima has provided her diagram. Great. Great. Wow. Miss Rasha, okay. Good job. Feedback. Effective feedback provides confidence and make the learner love teacher and subject. Great. Which gives motivation, which causes progress in language. Excellent. Miss Boosie, okay, effective feedback causes motivation and develops or gives self-confidence. Great. Causes motivation, which um, creates achievement. And sorry, please.
Yes, Miss Noah, I can't use the video.
Not video. No, no, it's just use the camera. Use your camera to photocopy the diagram and paste it here in the chat box. After you photocopy it, you can go in the chat box and stress or click on this icon like the camera so that you can share your photo or image you have on the cellular or your device you are using. It's easy, don't worry. Effective feedback improves motivation, um, improve confidence, it gives the chance to learn, um, ultimately fosts the progress of the learning. Okay, great. Ms. Dua says effective feedback creates confidence, causes motivation, develops progress, um, love English, correcting mistakes, making learners more active. Very good. Sorry, I can't cam. Okay, you can't use the cam. Don't worry, Mr. Huzaifa. It's okay. Don't worry. Thank you so much for all of you. Thank you all for that. So I'll share my slide with you here to have a look at it. We have actually two diagrams concerning that issue. Some people have shared their photos here. We will have a look at them. Okay, good job, actually. I like your participation with me. That's very important. Thanks for you all. Just have a look at the slide here. So we have two examples of the impact or effects of feedback, of the effective feedback on the learners and learning. So effective feedback supports motivation, supports confidence, creates interest. The learners are interested in the whole process. Okay, is that clear? Which leads to positive feelings towards English, the love of the language itself, the love of the teacher, as you have just written in your diagrams, which helps progress, of course. In example number 2, positive or effective feedback facilitates learning. It makes it easy. He means that it positive feedback or effective feedbacks makes learning easy, not difficult. Um, encourages learners to try again, guides improvement, praise makes learners feel good about learning, of course. Everybody gets happy or becomes happy when he receives the praise, but not empty praise, as we have just discussed. Not empty praise. Praise which is on the good points that the learners have made, okay, things that they have made right, so as to do more of. Okay, just a minute. I'm trying to wait to accept somebody. Mr. Samir Hamid, he is late actually. Okay, Mr. Samir Hamid, you are with us now. Actually, you are late for today, but okay. We were just
Sorry,
discussing,
I was very busy.
Mr. Samir. It's very
Thank.
important. The attendance
Sorry,
is mandatory.
really, I wasn't at home.
Okay, but
Sorry.
you know for the coming sessions, inshallah, that the attendance is a must. Okay, it's obligatory.
Okay,
Thank
okay.
you.
I am very sorry. I'm very sorry.
Don't worry. Okay. So I was just saying that positive feedback encourages learners to try again, helps develop confidence, can help develop autonomy. You know what autonomy is? Autonomy. What does autonomy mean? What does this word mean? Autonomy. It makes my learners autonomous. Okay, it means independence. It makes them to be independent. So the word autonomy means independence. So when I give my learners effective feedback, they become autonomous, I mean independent. Okay, thank you so much. So let's move on to another activity here. This was actually concerning the effective feedback and the ineffective feedback and the impact of those negative and positive kinds of feedback on my learners and the whole process itself. Can you just tell me, my dear colleagues, about any strategies that you use inside your classrooms to help my learners to improve or your learners to improve? Can you think of some strategies that you have inside your classroom to help your students improve? Think a little bit about that. We will discuss it at large, of course, in the coming activity. Don't worry, but I get very happy to listen to your opinions from your experiences and practice inside your classrooms.
Yes,
Take your
Miss.
time and think about them. Go ahead, Miss. Who is it?
Some strategies I use in my class, like brainstorming and telling stories.
Hmm. Very interesting, actually. Thank you.
Research on the internet.
Very good. Thank you so much. What else?
Pictures, drawing pictures.
Drawing pictures. Thank you so much.
Making
That's
cards.
making cards. Very good. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, mister. Who is it? Who is speaking? Because I can't see the name. So,
Abdulmanam.
Mr. Abdulmanam, go ahead.
Yeah, I use also a discussion and the real object.
Okay, discussion and real objects. Very good. Actually, that's an effective way or effective strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anything to add, mister? Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, any volunteers you have something to add?
Samir.
Or Samir, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. I think encouraging students to evaluate each other, it's a chance to develop their speaking.
Mm-hmm.
During the class, I encourage students to evaluate, to their work during the class.
Thank you so much. Actually, this is from your practice inside the classroom. Is it some kind of effective strategy? Do you find that it has a good or positive impact on your learners and the process itself?
Really, it's a positive effect.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Miss
So
Marwa.
my yes, who is it? Okay,
Yes, Heba.
Miss Heba, go ahead.
I use peer work, and I think this is a good strategy for students
Mm-hmm.
in the club
Thank you so
to make a connection between others.
yeah. Thank you so much. Pair work is actually an effective strategy to use inside the class. Thank you so much. Very good. I can see that Mr. Ayman is raising his hand. You can go ahead if you have something to add,
Yes,
Mr. Ayman.
I use cooperative learning.
Very
Students learn effectively when they are working together. Uh,
yeah,
Plan activities that require students to work together and learn from one another.
thank you so much, Mr. This is a great point. You are some kind of a great and effective strategy. Teamwork and collective work actually is very important. Classifying or dividing my students into groups, having a leader, and working together. This is very effective, actually. Mr. Abdul Majid, you are raising your hand. Go ahead if you have something to add.
I sometimes use um, changing rules.
Yeah, great.
A student become
Oh,
a teacher, and the teacher becomes a student. And I ask my student to tell me what I make him explain the lesson, what he understood from this lesson or from I said.
I like this way of teaching actually. Actually, when the learner explains the point or the grammatical rule, for example, or this area of knowledge in the lesson, when he just try to explain it himself or herself, he doesn't forget this area. He never forgets this because he has explained it himself. So this is very important strategy you are making clear or illustrating. Can you just look at this slide I'm trying to share? Just a minute. I'll bring it, which has the strategies of feedback. Can you see it now? Assure me, just assure me that you see the slide. Feedback in brackets.
Yes, yes, we
Yeah,
can see it. You said,
Yes.
yes, we can.
It's a bit.
thank God. Okay. We have
Clear.
some
Yes.
strategies here. Give time to improve, self feedback. Just try to study them. I have something, some people to admit in the lobby. People are waiting in the lobby. I will go there and admit them, and the slide will go again. Just a minute and be patient. Miss Mona again. Okay, you can go. You can come in. Okay, I'll share it again. Don't worry. Well, just trying to discuss the strategies or different strategies of feedback that we have. Look at these strategies and study them. Give time to improve, Don't tell learners their grades. Use feedback forms. Use self-feedback. Focus on learning, not testing. Peer feedback, group and pair work. Remind learners. So just have a look at them. Those are the titles of the strategies. And again, we have definitions or some explanations to every kind of strategy of those strategies. Okay, have you read the 8 strategies here?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand every strategy of those?
Yes, we understand them.
Okay, I have some definitions for these strategies. So I have a link that you can click on it. I will actually paste it in on the chat box here in the chat box. Just a minute. I will paste it for you so that you can go there and you have some kind of flashcards where you can just click on the strategy and read the definition. Just a minute, I'll try to paste the link here. Go to your chat box now. Can you see the link? I've pasted it. Can you see the link? I've just pasted it here in the chat box, which is Quizlet.
Yes, yes.
Go in the
Ask
chat.
your learner to check each other's work.
No, I have just pasted a link of a certain web page. Okay. Okay, Mr. Ahmed. Okay. Thank God. Uh, this is some kind of a link. Just go there, press it or click on it, and go there on this web page. Okay, you will find some kind of 8 flashcards having the titles of the strategies. And when you just click on the title of the strategy, you will have the other side of the flashcard having the definition of the strategy on the other side. You can repeat that on the other strategies on the till the 8 strategies, okay, till the end of the 8 strategies, and read the title and the title and the definition, and come back to me. Then we can discuss the whole strategies together orally. Take your time. I'm waiting for you.
Yeah.
I'll go myself. Here is the page, and we have some kind of. I hope that you have plenty of feedback supply so as to internet supply so as to find the flashcard. If you just click on the flashcard, you will find the definition of the strategy. Okay,
Okay, Miss.
go and try this kind of page. Try it. It's attractive and it's interesting. Have you read all the strategies? The 8 strategies? You have 8 strategies.
Yes.
Was it an easy job or a difficult task to go there and find the strategies and use the flashcards and use the arrow below the definitions? Was it an easy task? Miss Huda Hassanin, have you read the strategies?
Okay, sorry for joining you late, but I miss you in fact. Yeah, I can't follow you.
Okay, don't worry. We're just trying to study the feedback strategies that we can use inside our classes. Okay, just a minute. I'm trying to admit somebody in. Mr. Ismail Sharbini, our counsel is here. Hello and welcome to our session, Dr. Ismail. I'm very happy to have you today. And this is actually I'm having a great honor you are with me today. Thank you so much for being with me. Thank you, Dr. Ismail, for joining my session today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to be with you, Ms. Marwa. And my greetings to all the teachers attending with you. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to have you today and hope you enjoy our session. I have to tell you that, by the way, my fellow trainer, who is Mr. Ahmed Abdulsalam, is coming to support me today, and he is with me today and trying to support me and help me if any time I need help. Thank you so much for being with me, Mr. Ahmed and Dr. Ismail.
What great news! Thank you for you, Ms. Marwa, and thank you for your support, Mr. Ahmed Abdulsalam. And this is great example for teamwork. I'm very happy to see that.
Thank
And
you, Dr. Ismail. Thanks a lot, Dr. Ismail, and welcome to Bahira.
Thank you for this point and this idea. I greet you for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay.
Mr. Ali Siddiq, I think Mr. Ali Siddiq is attending Mrs. Marwa also. I saw
I
him.
haven't seen him in the lobby. Actually, if Mr. Ali is with us, I actually greet him. Mr. Ali, you are with us? Hello, Mr. Ali, and welcome to my session. Thank you for being with me today. I'm very happy to have you all. It gives me actually a great support today. You are with us, Mr. Ali? Mr. Ali Siddiq, our supervisor. Okay, so let me go on to discuss the activity here. So, my dear trainees, have you read the strategies there on the web page?
Yes, miss.
Let's discuss. Mute Mr. Yahya, mute yourself, please.
One from my strategies: don't tell learners their grades. Don't show the grades to the learner until they have read feedback, comments, and corrected or improved their work.
Okay, you have to discuss one of the strategies you have read there, which is don't tell learners their grades. Okay, you are with this strategy. Have you ever used it inside your class?
Yes, it's very effective.
You have tried it? Sure.
Yes, I tried it, yes.
Okay, is it effective? Is it attractive to your learners?
Attractive and effective.
Thank you so much, Ms. Samah. Okay, thank you so much. My dear colleagues, somebody is trying to share his whiteboard. Please stop it, okay? And mute yourself. Okay? If you have something to add, just raise your hand. So, let's discuss together. Mute yourselves, my dear colleagues, please. Ms. Hoda.
Yes, miss.
Okay. Let's discuss the strategies. Can you see the slide before your eyes? Mr. Yahya, please mute yourself. Maybe he has lifted the cellular or the device altogether. Okay, we can look at the first one, which is give time to improve. Give your learners time to improve. Who wants to discuss this strategy with us? I see that Mrs. Fatima has raised her hand. Go ahead, Ms. Fatima. Go ahead, Miss Fatma. Okay, go ahead. You have something to add? Go ahead.
Okay, okay,
Mm-hmm.
Miss. I think I agree with this strategy because I have to give learners some more time to self correct themselves and see what they have done. This makes them more confident and improves their learning.
Very good. That's it. That's it. That's the strategy. So when you give your learners, you give your learners time in class, you just give them an opportunity or a chance to act on the feedback points and improve their work. Okay. So this is the first strategy, by the way, we have to discuss here. What about using the peer feedback? What's your opinion about it?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead. Who is it, Miss Heba? Okay, Miss Heba.
Yes, Miss Heba. Yes, as we said, user peer feedback is benefit for the students because the students to share their ideas with others and teacher check their answers after the question.
Thank you so much. That's it. So when you use the peer feedback, it means that you ask your learners to check each other's work. You just ask the learners to check each other's work and enhance the peer work, of course. Okay. What about using the self feedback inside the classroom? What's your opinion about this strategy? Have you ever tried it inside your classes? Tell me about your experiences and practices inside your classroom. Self feedback.
Okay,
I want
Miss.
to hear. Yeah, who
Okay,
is
Miss.
it? Go
Okay.
ahead.
If I give them to write a paragraph, they correct themselves grammatically and spelling mistakes by themselves.
Very
They
good.
check,
And we
they check their own work by themselves. I give them the chance to correct themselves.
so what will you use according to the last activity? What symbols will you use according to the previous activity, the
Okay.
point that you have discussed?
Correction codes. I give
Excellent.
correction code.
Excellent. So you use correction codes
Yes.
to get your students to self-correct or some kind of provide themselves some kind of
Like
self.
like
Thank
T for tenses, W for words, space for empty spaces.
Thank you
There
so
is
much.
something missing here.
Okay.
Dr.
Just
Marwa, I
yeah.
wanted to pay your attention that Mr. Ismail Shibini is on waiting list. I don't know why it is written he is in waiting.
Can
Is
you
he?
just accept him, Mr. Ahmed? Mr. Ahmed, accept him because I don't see him in the lobby actually. Just accept him, admit him in because I don't you can admit him yourself. See that he is in the lobby, just admit
Uh,
him. Have you admitted him?
I can't. But
He is
I
not
can't.
in the lobby with me. I don't have a notification here.
Okay,
If
okay.
any
Go
of you,
ahead, and I will.
dear colleagues, if you can just admit Dr. Ismail, our counsel, our
Okay, don't
advisor,
worry. Don't worry. Okay. Okay, I'll help with that. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ali
I'll do
Siddiq,
it.
go ahead.
Thank
Thank you
you,
so much
Ms. Maro.
for the obsession. Thanks to our
Okay,
just okay. Is he with us now? Just assure me. Okay, so what about the fourth one, which is, let me just share the slide here, just a minute. Again, I'll have it. Have a look at it. What about telling, yeah, Miss Fatma, you are raising your hand. We are discussing the fourth one, which is don't tell learners their grades. Some people are waiting, just a minute.
Yes.
Mr. Abdul let me admit Mr. Abdul Munam, okay? He has been sent out of the meeting. Okay, just a minute. I'm trying to admit him. Miss Fatima, you will have something to add? I'll share the slide, don't worry.
Okay, Miss Mar.
We are discussing the strategy, which is don't tell learners their grades. What about that? What's your opinion about it?
I totally agree with this. As if I give them the grades, it can be embarrassing, and gives them low motivation. Can be more embarrassing for the learners. I think we should give them the effective feedback first, then give the chance to correct themselves and motivate them, not to give them the grades.
May I ask you a question?
Okay.
Is it only embarrassing or demotivating? We have just discussed this point at large about the grades and the counterpoints or the positives or the cons of using the grades. Who can tell me about that? Thank you, Miss. Thank you so much. Who can tell me about the bad effects of using the grades inside the classrooms? We have discussed that at large in the previous activity. I need somebody to tell me about the bad. Yes, who is raising his hand? Just introduce yourself and go ahead, because I just can't see the names. Okay, Miss Fatima, you are raising your hand. Go ahead. Who else wants to share? Who wants to participate? Identify yourself and go ahead. I'm listening to you, Mr. Yahya. You're raising your hand. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mister, if you have something to add. What's wrong with grades inside the classroom as some kind of ineffective feedback, actually? Can you hear me? Assure me that you can hear me, because nothing happens actually when I ask you
Yes,
to.
Miss.
Yes, go ahead.
Miss, is
Uh-huh.
idea
Yes, Miss.
itself, Miss, is idea itself about grades is unacceptable in the classroom or in this situation?
It's
Because
mm-hmm.
don't follow you, okay? I am late, so I don't
Okay.
follow
I
grades.
got your point, Miss. I got your point. I mean that a grade as a kind of feedback, is it effective or not? A
Not
grade
effective.
Okay.
not effective. Why?
Because it's
Because
embarrassing.
It's
I think
embarrassing.
that
If the
yeah.
learner has a low grade, it can be embarrassing for him.
Okay. I will
Okay,
remind
Miss.
you about
Miss, I
yeah.
think that in this case, learners will be will focus will okay will interested in only grades, not in the learning, the process of learning.
Okay. Thank you, Miss. Thank you so much. I have to
Miss Marwa.
yes,
Dr.
yes, go ahead.
Marwa, can
Mr.
I
Mahmoud
say
is you.
something?
Go ahead. Who is it?
Miss Marwa. Mr. Mahmoud is with you.
Okay, Mr. Mahmoud, go ahead.
I think good students will like that, but weak students will feel disappointed.
Okay, thank you. That's one point to make here. Thank you so much. Actually,
Dr. Mahmoud.
Excuse me, Miss
sorry.
excuse me, Miss Marwa.
Okay, who is speaking?
خيركم وداعم.
Mr. Khairi, welcome to our session. All great
Excuse
people are
me,
here with us
excuse
today.
Miss Marwa.
All great people.
Let me welcome Dr. Ismail for joining us and joining your session and being him between us. It is regard as encouragement, a great encouragement for us.
Of course.
And let me welcome Mr. Ali Siddiq.
Okay, that's a great honor to have all those great people today and have you also, because you are our supervisor. Actually, I haven't, wallahi, I haven't, I didn't know actually that you are with us. I'm sorry. Welcome to our session today, Mr. Khairi. Okay, I'm happy to have you today with me.
Thank you.
Miss Marwa, please.
Yeah.
I'd like to welcome Professor Ismail Shirbini, our senior doctor. Okay, he's with us now.
Sheikh Ali, I asked about you, and Mr. Rahman Abd Salam told me that you are with us, but you escaped. I didn't find you.
No,
I went to another room. Thank you.
خلاص, I'm very happy to see you this night, and I'm very happy to see
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much, Doctor.
the creative way of training with Miss Marwa and Ahmed Abdulsalam. Like their type of cooperation and cooperation. Is this type of cooperation is found or is in all البحيرة zone rooms?
We are adopting that way recently, actually, doctor. We are adopting this way because it's very effective. Sometimes something happens by chance, and we have someone of our colleagues to help us and support us. And this is actually, I have tried it with Mr. Ahmed Abdulsalam. I found it's very effective, and I'm happy today that he is with me to give me support and help whenever I need, actually.
Thank you very much, and I would like to welcome you all. Welcome, Mr. Ali Siddiq. I like your way of work. I like you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Here.
So our owner, actually. Okay, excuse me, I can go on to discuss the activity with my trainees. Thank you so much. Okay, my dear trainees. Okay, so I have to remind you about the cons of using the grades inside the classrooms, which are sometimes the grade is something subjective. I have said that before, something subjective. So to some students, the grade B, for example, is a cause for happiness, saying, wow, I got a B. And to other students, it's a cause for sadness, okay? It's a cause for demotivation and embarrassment. So grades are actually ineffective and is not. Actually, it has been proved by and tried by the modern research, and it is not actually effective way of giving feedback. So you have to give comments, praise your students or learners on the good points they are making or they have made to do more of. Just give them information about their weaknesses so that they can make right for next time and improve, and give them even more or additional support if they need it. All right, or whenever they need. Okay, that's how to use feedback for the support and the help of the whole process of learning and teaching. Okay, so what about the fifth one, which is don't tell learners, no, sorry, it's use group and pair work. Use group and pair work. What
Okay,
about this
Miss.
strategy? Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
Miss. It's one of the most important strategies. We use group and pair work. Ask learners to work together to explain difficult topics and check each other's understanding.
Excellent. That's it. You ask your learners to work together to explain difficult topics. Yeah, I wants to add something. I feel that somebody wants to add something.
Yes. Yes.
Heba,
Uh, yes, I'm Heba. When I ask students to work in a group or peer work, I give them chance to think or to help each other to participate. They participate their ideas with each other. They benefit all in the classroom.
that's it. I agree with you. Good job. That's a good point you are making here. They can benefit from each other because some of them are having high levels, others have having low levels, so they
Yes.
just benefit together and cooperate together. Thank you so much, Miss Hiba. What about the last one, which is no, it isn't the last one actually. It's focus on learning, not testing. Focus on learning, not testing. What's your opinion? How do you see it? Have you used it inside your classrooms before?
Yes, I agree with this sentence. Focus on learning, not testing. Yes,
Why
because learning.
do you agree? Why do you agree with that? Anybody to share with us? Just participate.
Okay, Miss.
So,
Yes, okay,
who is it?
Miss.
Okay. Identify yourself.
Um,
Identify yourself.
It's Huda Hassanin, okay?
Miss
Because,
Hood.
okay, our goal is learning, not testing, okay? So we are after learning, um, and students should be interested in the learning process, not in the grades and testing, in fact. Okay, so I completely agree with this strategy.
Yeah, that's it, Miss Hoda. Tell your learners that learning is trying their best, practicing using the right strategies, and getting help when they need it. Okay, just tell them mistakes are interesting. They are not something negative, okay, and help you to know where they need help and what to teach. Actually, their mistakes are something positive. The mistakes of my learners help me to adjust my way of teaching so as to be relevant or appropriate for my or suitable for my learners, okay, in order to help them to improve for next time, praise learners for trying. You have to praise your learners for trying. This is trial, okay. And when they make progress, of course, when they make progress or make something good, you have to praise them, because this positively reinforces them or consolidates them so that they repeat the positive points for next time and do more of that. Okay, so what about the strategy of reminding learners? Remind learners about what exactly? How do you see that? What's your opinion about it? Feel free to express yourselves, don't worry. Remind your learners. What should I remind my learners about? Mr. Abdelmanam, go ahead.
I must remind them to remember about what they have learned,
Mm-hmm.
to remember what they learned.
Okay, to remember what they learned before. Okay, to refresh their memory about the learning content. Okay, what else?
Right?
Yes,
And
Miss
to
Marwa.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Hiba. Thanks, Mister.
Remind them about they learned before to join their ideas with others.
Okay, to share their ideas with
Yes,
others. What else? Thanks, Miss Hiba.
thanks for you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I
Okay,
tell you
okay,
guys.
Miss. I think that also we can remind them that they are just learners. They are not teachers, so mistakes are acceptable in order to be in order to make progress in the learning.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I have to tell you something else. Remind learners when they have done a similar task before. Okay, tell them to remember what they learned last time. Ask them what feedback they had and what they need to remember this time so they do not make the same mistakes. Okay, and they improve their work. Maybe they have made the same mistake before and you gave feedback, so you have to remind them about that. All right, is that strategy clear? Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's move on to the last one, which is using feedback forms. What are feedback forms? What are they? Can anybody tell me about that? Feedback forms. Okay, I'll show you one. Don't worry. I'll show you one, a feedback form.
Great work, well done. Is it? What do you mean?
Feedback form. Can you see the slide before you rise, my dear colleagues? This is an example of a feedback form. A feedback form, you just give the form to the learners before the task, all right? After the task, ask them to give themselves feedback on their work by completing the form. This is actually some kind of self feedback, some kind of a like a rubric or success criteria. You know about that? You know about the rubric or success criteria, or some kind of a checklist where the learners have to check some lists or complete some sentences about their progress. This is an example of feedback
Just to
forms.
understand. Yes.
Okay, so if my learner is, for example, writing an email, so I give my learners this kind of form before the task. Okay, then they go on to write the email. Then later on or immediately after they finish, they can just uh, check these statements. For example, he will tell himself, I mean the learner I enjoyed the writing task. Maybe he enjoyed it most, or to somehow, okay, and he will tell me about why he enjoyed the task itself. Again, he may tell me about, he will tell himself, for example, I answered all parts of the question. I used paragraphs. I used linking words. I used a range of vocabulary and phrases. I checked my spelling and punctuation. I used the correct verb tenses, what I did well, something I think I need to work on next time. Then I go on to get or collect the feedback forms from my learners and write my comments and deliver the forms back to my students so that they can stress the positive points they made and improve the weaknesses or the bad points for next time. That's it. That's the feedback forms. Is that clear? Is that part clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Miss.
Okay, I have two assignments for you for next time, so that we can discuss them on the WhatsApp group. Just a minute, I'm having someone to Mr. Abdelmanam, you are in the lobby. Okay, I'll admit him just a minute. Maybe he has been sent out of the meeting because of bad connection. But okay, I have to actually assignments for you for next time. The WhatsApp group. Okay, later on, inshallah, when you have free time. I want you to look in your course book for a lesson you will teach this week, for example, okay? And decide which feedback strategies you would like to use and actually provide a plan for this. The plan is in your course book, okay? The plan is in your trainees book. You have it, you have the plan. It's on page 11 actually. You can fill in the plan, okay, and photocopy it and put it on the WhatsApp group for me so as to provide a discussion and comment on that. Okay, this is how to provide a plan for your feedback. So I'll say it again. The first assignment we have here is that you are going to look in your course book for a lesson you will teach this week, okay? And decide which feedback strategies you would like to use and plan this. Actually, the plan, you have it on page 11 of your course book or trainees book. Okay, is this task clear? Is this task clear now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so
Yes, Miss Marwa.
okay, I need somebody to tell me what you will be doing for a home assignment. You have to tell me about that. I need somebody to tell me about it to make sure you understand the task. Usually, task is two tasks. You know what you will be doing for home assignment?
Yes, Miss Marwa.
Is that clear? You want to tell us about it?
Yes, we are going to plan a lesson and use the appropriate strategy of feedback that we are going to make in the class with the learners.
Thank you so much. And you have the plan. Actually, it's ready. It's prepared. Okay. On page 11 of your course book or your release book. Okay. Don't worry. Just fill in it and photocopy it using your camera and share it with us on the WhatsApp group. Is that clear?
Clear, Miss Marwa.
Okay. I have another task for you. Actually, you have two tasks for assignment. Is how to manage feedback. I need you to remember a lesson you taught recently and how did you manage feedback. Answer the questions on page 9 of your course book or the trainees book, okay? And just photocopy it again and share it with us on the WhatsApp group so as to form some kind of choral discussion and have comments and that sort of thing, okay? This is called reflection. You know, reflection to rethink again and reflect on your own practice inside your classrooms. Okay, so you have to just fill in the form on page 9 of your course book or trainees book and provide a kind of feedback or reflection on a lesson you explained already in classroom. Okay, now let's move on to the last activity we have here, which is reflection. And I'll ask you to provide me a reflection of what you have understood over this module, and the good points you have enjoyed, things that you needed clarification for. I'll share it with you now so you can know. Yeah, it is. You have to answer these questions. Maybe you can write the answers in the chat box or give me a general opinion about the whole module, which is understanding feedback. So you may say, I enjoyed this module is useful or not useful. I can explain what feedback is. I recognize why feedback is important. I can describe the impact feedback has on learning and learners. I can choose appropriate feedback strategies to use with my learners. I can demonstrate effective feedback in my lesson. You know what the word demonstrate is, or what this word means? Demonstrate. I mean, to show the effective feedback in your lessons, okay? To show, to display, to use them, okay? So just write me in the chat box your opinion about the whole thing. If it was enjoyable, fruitful, beneficial, interesting, or even you didn't understand anything from the teacher, just tell me. I'm waiting for your comments here, because this is actually the end of our session and I need your feedback. Give me feedback. This is feedback from the learner to the teacher. Although you are my colleagues, of course, I learn from you. Go ahead.
Okay,
Write in.
excuse me, Miss Marwa.
Yeah.
Okay, I completely I'm lost in this session because I have been late. What's your advice about feedback strategies?
Okay, I advise you to actually listen to the record or watch it. I have recorded the session because this is something out of hand that you have come late and you have joined us late, and I can't actually provide some kind of re-explanation of the whole points, but it's okay, don't worry. If it is out of hand, don't worry. I have recorded the session. Just watch it carefully, and watch the videos I've provided, and watch and read the documents I've provided you on the WhatsApp group. Don't worry. It has lots of information, and the session, as I told you, is recorded. Okay, you will have the points we have made today, and of course, you was an active participant last time. I know you are an active trainee. I know it, Miss Wada. Don't worry. Don't worry. I have to assure you. Don't worry. It's everything is okay. You will listen to the recording, and you will study the documents and watch the videos, and everything is going to be okay. And I'm with you. I'm trying.
Okay,
Just
it
ask
will
me.
be on the group on the WhatsApp.
Yeah, I'll put it on the WhatsApp group. Don't worry. Everything is going to be okay. Just write. You can't write your feedback because you didn't get the whole thing or completely the complete picture. Don't worry. I need the other colleagues of mine to write in the chat box your opinion about the whole thing and provide a reflection, please.
Yes, Miss Marwa.
Miss Heba, you want
Yes,
to add?
I enjoyed this module. Thanks for you, Miss Marwa. I didn't know a lot of what explain. Now I have a lot of information. We benefit from you. Thank you for your knowledge.
Thank you, my dear sister. Thank you so much. I learned from you. Thank you. Just write in the chat box if you have something with or against the way of teaching, or with or against the whole module itself. Just tell me, let me know your needs, your needs and your requirements for next time. Maybe to use more of the videos and links. Give me suggestions for next time, inshallah, because we are done with this module. You're welcome. People who thank me, you're welcome. You're most welcome anytime. So this is the end of our session. Thank you for today and see you next time, inshallah. So prepare your home assignments and let's have a discussion on the WhatsApp group when you have plenty of free time. Thanks for the high ranking people of Al Azhar Institute, of Al Azhar administration, I mean. Mr. Khairi, thank you, my dear supervisor. Mr. Ali Siddiq, thank you so much. Dr. Ismail Sherbini, it has been a great honor to have you today. Mr. Ahmed Abdessalam, thank you so much, my dear colleague. Actually, I'm very happy today. Over the moon today. Thank you so much. Although it's a freezing cold outside, but I feel warm today because you are here with me. Thanks. Mr. Khairi, you have something to say.
Thank you. Great session. You must repeat like this session in your classes and with students in our administration in your إدارة الرحمنية in your institute with your colleague in إدارة الرحمنية. We must benefit from you. You are excellent. Excellent. Thank you.
No, I do benefit from you, my dear supervisor, under your support and supervision.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Thanks, Mr. Khairi. Thank you so much. It has been a great, actually, experience having you here. Thank you, Dr. Ismail. Thanks, Dr. Ali Siddiq. Thanks, Mr. Ahmed Abdessalam. Thanks for all my colleagues. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Marwa. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to attend this lecture. And I hope that you give me the chance many times again. So I learn a lot from your.
Of course.
From you, and I really like it, the idea of flashcard, and I played the game. I finished it in more than in less than 5 minutes. It was a great idea. I enjoyed it a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. I learned from you, my dear brother. Thank you so much. Thanks, Dr. Ismail, and thanks, Dr. Ali Siddiq. It has been a great honor having you today. If any of my trainees has something to say, it's okay. Go ahead. If not, we can go all now. And thanks for today. See you next session, inshallah.
Thank you, Miss Maru. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Samah. You're welcome.
Thank you, Miss Marwa.
Thanks, Mr. Ayman. Thanks, Miss Hiba.
Thank
You
you, Miss
can.
Marwa.
Okay, thanks. Who is it? Mr. Yahya. Okay, you can go now. Take care. May Allah bless all of you. Thank you. You're all
انا هطلع مس مروه عشان اللي هكون موجود.
Okay, Mr. Huzaifa. It's just that the recording goes on recording because some people are still here. So you have to click on this some kind of like a phone icon here. The red phone icon here, you can just press it so that the recording comes to an end, actually. Don't worry, my dear colleagues. Thank you for today and see you next time, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Okay, you can go now. Okay. Thanks. Take care.